Alright, hello, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time of the day it is, I don't know. I'm back. I need to go get some more coffee, though. I woke up late. I'm still waking up. Gotta figure out what's going on with this thing. Okay. I am ready to be productive today. Starting with, why does this thing that is so big have no fuel at all? Like, at all. So Aliel is the last person to set up this constant combinator, and I see they're joining right now. I was messing with this one, but this was here before, the combinator that I think was plugged in, so I'm not sure why that was changed. But right now, the only thing the train station can request is Kerrigan and coal dust. And the way that I had envisioned this thing working, and maybe that's the issue, is there's just a disparity between what I think. Yeah, that could be it, Ming. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. My expectation for how this should work is that this is like, when you look at the Cybersyn train grid for Steam, pretty sure this is like the only place that makes Steam for the whole train grid. We have one provider station for Steam. So that means that all of these other stations are expecting imports of Steam from this brick. And if this brick is only running some of the time, that's just not going to work. So my expectation was that it was going to burn Kerrigan, which is the lowest fuel value, first, because we want to avoid the excess, because we want to be able to mine stone. We need the stone. But we should be burning anything always. And the way I expected it to work was, it would, just like every other station, it should have, well, let's find a better station example than that. This station has a lot of different goods, right? Different trains of different types come in. There should be a row of coke, a row of Kerrigan, a row of raw coal, coal dust, whatever, anything with fuel value. And then the logic should decide, okay, well, I have Kerrigan, so let's burn the Kerrigan first. Or it should compare against the train overall supply of this thing to say, well, this is the type of fuel we have the most of, so I'm going to send that fuel out. But at no point should the warehouse be fucking empty. That makes no sense to me at all. Basically, the way it's set up, you're saying that we're just going to have this massive array of buildable, like ash processing and all this ash processing, all of this fuel burning, and we're only going to use it sometimes. And then everywhere else that needs steam, we're going to make it on demand. Why? That is so dumb. That'd be like playing Base Factorio and being like, well, I could build a smelting column and then ship iron plates everywhere, but instead I'm just going to smelt iron everywhere on the spot for every single build. Why would you do that? And then say, at the same time, also, I'm going to build a huge smelting column, but I'm never going to use it unless there's too much iron ore. You see how stupid that is? Like, am I taking crazy pills here? do not think that it needs 2 different deposit stations. If you just sit and watch this station, there's just never a train here. It can unload very quickly. There just aren't enough trains being dispatched to it. It was basically only requesting Kerrigan before. Right, so here's my memory of like how the discussion went down over the last few days. This had, when I first saw it, it had all different fuel types, and they were just going out willy-nilly based on, you know, whatever was available, and then it was running all the time. That's why I expected it to work that way, because that's how it had been working. Then I made a comment at some point about how, you know, we should probably prioritize is the word that I said, Kerrigan burning, because Kerrigan has the lowest fuel value, creates the most ash. We needed ash at the time, and also not burning the Kerrigan blocks us from mining stone. Because you get 1 part Kerrigan, 1 part stone whenever you mine a stone deposit. So I suggested we should prioritize burning Kerrigan over the other fuel types. And somehow that transmogrified itself into, I guess we're only importing Kerrigan now. Which makes no sense. That looks healthy to me. Then, like, here's where this has been bugging me for a couple days. I'm just gonna go there and I'm gonna It's just a simple bit of logic that just checks to see if there's Kerrigan in the deposits, and it sets the filters on the loaders to Kerrigan and nothing else. And if there isn't Kerrigan, then it sets it to everything else. That's it. That's all you have to do to prioritize Kerrigan consumption. Alright, let me think out loud. So, check the warehouse supplies, see if there's Kerrigan. If there's Kerrigan, then that sends a signal of... And then, okay, that would just send the signal for Kerrigan. And if there isn't, then you just send the signal for not Kerrigan, which is everything else. Also known as everything. That would cover all fuel types, whether we add new ones in the future or not. I don't think you can toggle the whitelist, blacklist, though. Talk more. I'm not breaking it, but I understand the frustration. I looked carefully at every combinator. I'll walk you through it. If you said you can't hear me, but if you can watch, or if you are watching, you had a combinator here with all the resources that you wanted to burn, and it wasn't connected. This combinator only had Kerrigan in it. So all the logic that you set up here, in this one, you ran it through some combinators, you modified it with selector for stack size, then you compared it against the thing, checked red versus green if it's positive, sent out a signal, and then if the signal was greater than 120, presumably stacks of supply, meaning we had too much of the other things, which in this case we have too much coal dust, then you're sending it and adding it to the signal of stuff that's requested. The problem is someone removed your combinator and changed it to Kerrigan only, or to coal dust only. Very first thing that, again, it's not that, Allie, I'm not saying you're to blame. I'm saying that I mentioned as the stream started that the last person to work on this combinator was Alliel. I see that they are joining, and then you and I talked it through. You said that it was only burning Kerrigan, and so you made sure that it would burn the coal dust, because the coal dust export from this own station was a problem. The whole thing shut down, so you did that. I understand why, but someone else at some point had disconnected the original constant combinator. This was not connected. So then what I saw you do is that you copy pasted this one onto that one. And now that's why it's importing other fuels again. It's still not supplied nearly as well as I would like, because it's running as if it is a overflow only, which I explained why that doesn't make sense to me. It should... You just don't set up an overflow smelting area to make steam. Or overflow smelting to make iron plate. The way I'm imagining it, it should be importing all fuel types, and then if there is an overflow, the logic of the fuel burning station itself determines what fuel to burn. It'd be easy to compare across the train supply grid, like, first isolate all the different, Talkmore basically started down the path. He isolates all of the different types of things with megajoules of fuel. Personally, I would take it a step further and make the signal for the fuel equal to the megajoules of the fuel value, so that we could use that down the line in calculation. And then determine, okay, which one do we have too much supply of? And then we burn the one we have the most supply of, and then send that through the loader filters. Or maybe not the one we have the most supply of, but the one that's the closest to cap, as a percentage of the amount that we want it to store. So that in the case of Kerrigan, if we have tons and tons and tons of Kerrigan by number, but it has low fuel value, we need to burn it anyway, because it's a problem. You need the coal dust for overflow for... Okay, well... Okay, fine. Look, I wouldn't be upset at all if it wasn't this. One Steam provider. Why the hell are we venting Steam everywhere else that we could be putting into the system? I've said this for days. All secondary products should go into the warehouses. They should go into the system and become made available. Even, like, every step, every intermediate. We don't know what we don't need, what we'll need later. Like, if every single station has all this byproduct steam, instead of just venting it, it's going into a storage tank, then there wouldn't be any issue, because the places that I've been working on that need steam would actually get imports of steam. Right, so... Okay, wait, so coke plus coal dust, if we want coke and not use coal dust, we have a problem. Well, the whole thing shut down because there's excess coke right now. So that's not a problem. If the purpose of the station is to make coke, we have coke. It should turn off. But if the purpose is to get some steam, also this bottom row is broken. They should all be backed up or not be backed up. Unless the logic's different on the inputs. The shared return? No. You don't have enable disable turned on. Not full. It's not disabled. It's turned, it's reversed. Are those all the resources from the old, the whole thing? Wow. That's what we had in the old base. 614,000 bricks, 601,000 refined concrete, 151,000 iron plate, 47,000 transport belt. A lot of stuff. 6,600 electric poles. Not even everything? Yeah, there's still a lot to take apart. Nice to see a lot of new available bricks, though. Hmm. Basically, I want to separate out the filter. So if Kerrigan is present, there must be some backfed coal dust coming in from this line or something. Why it keeps pulsing. Let's see. To simulate that the station actually has resources, because it's harder to test when it doesn't. Pretend like it's got coal. Okay, so if there's Kerrigan, saying there's 1500 Kerrigan, the filter is Kerrigan. If there's no Kerrigan, then there's no signal, because this needs to be everything also. I don't need this one. Here we go. Simple toggle. If there's Kerrigan in the warehouse, burn Kerrigan. If there's not Kerrigan in the warehouse, burn everything else. And in this case, I'm symbolizing these being the things that are in there. But it could be anything. It's checking for everything. It doesn't matter what it is. Going to cautiously hook up. This is what I meant the other day when I said prioritize burning Kerrigan. Because I wanted more stone, because I wanted more brick, because we needed brick for science or for some other thing. From a functional standpoint, nothing changes if there's no trains arriving, but if there's too much of one thing, or if there's Kerrigan specifically in this case, then it burns the Kerrigan over the other stuff. But logically, if there were different logic, it'd be very easy to modify this to, instead of just prioritizing Kerrigan, we could make it prioritize the thing there's too much supply of. Why does one of the raw holes backfeed? The coal dust, I mean. Isn't it being made available because we need the raw coal dust? The coal dust, rather? The Talkmore's overflow logic is working again now that the stuff's in there. It's requesting both coal and full dust. Doesn't request coke, though. I'm wondering why not coke. Is coke not a useful... Like, are there no byproducts? Well, I guess the next thing to do then would be to go to... anywhere that makes stole. Stole? Stole. I was gonna say steam, and then I saw the word coal, and it became stole. Also, the arcade production is still completely fucked. There are no maggots. Nothing is working at all. Queens have stopped laying eggs. Steejo basically stopped uploading the Steejo channel. Yeah, he got married and he's doing the wife thing. He's got a kid, I think. Or maybe not, I don't remember. We talk, but not enough. He spends a lot of time playing games with his wife. Oop, that was me. Alright, I'm gonna fix this issue of the buildings that have literally, if you read the, you look at this, items, products finished 0, products finished 0, products finished 0, like, not one of these machines has ever crafted anything ever, so I'm going to force it to never steal the goddamn arcades again. Until the situation changes, because they keep on holding tons and tons and tons of the arcades for no reason, and it breaks everything. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 14. That is 168 arcades that have just been sitting in machines instead of being used to make maggots. Doesn't make sense. So how are they getting in there in the first place? I'm gonna set this to 800. Some of them managed to sneak through. It's happening all over again. Alright, clear these ones out one more time. Back in the box with you. At least get them laying eggs again. That's problem number one, was that there's 168 that get sucked up into the machines for no reason. The other problem is the logic that's introducing them to the logistic network and getting them placed into machines before they're even ready to run for no reason. Which is happening here. 36 in here. There is no queen for over here right now, so until we get a third, I'm just going to take all of the arcades that are here. That one actually I think needs seeds. That's what actually the final product is, or something. Or maybe it's this one. Yeah, the instruction to... Whoa! Train. Train. Almost got me. I feel like we should just make more queens. I made a lot of sea sponge DNA samples, whoops. I wonder. There might be a smart way to do this little lab area where you can control what all of the machines are working on just by specifying what animal you want, and then it will update all of them. I think we're already making archive codecs. I had all the codecs automated to just a level of 1 unit. Right here. Drop, Azaleas, Vault. But those are the ones for the actual animals. I actually did not automate the basic ones because those are done in this type of building. Guess I'm gonna keep playing with combinators. Yeah, this mod puts Angels and Bob's ores to shame, actually. Alright, so this machine makes eDNA. It needs laboratory instruments. Upright instruments need optical set. Optical set probably is not being requested, and I'm remembering that at the very end of yesterday's session we did a little experiment with asking all the trains to bring everything here. I built it where? Somewhere random. Over here? But then there was this huge train gridlock. We didn't get to talk about it last night, but apparently you can hear me right now. Did you do any planning or thinking on how to maybe allow that so that I could see, like, what intermediates are available? Because that logic's ready to plug in if it doesn't overload the train network. So the limit of the station also lowered the requested amount thresholds. Theoretically we should be good, maybe a good idea to save just in case. Okay, well, let's experiment. I'll need to remember how this worked again. I think I'm just passing green wire into your train thing. Oh, I already built it. Yeah, so it was this wire connecting into your constant combinator. Double checking that there's a limit on the train stations. 20? You think? I'm gonna put it at like 10 for now. I don't want train gridlock. That's not fun to fix. Alright, so instantly we have 10 trains bringing stuff in. And if you missed the end of yesterday's session, what this is doing is it's saying... First, we read what the logistic network has. And then we use a cybersyn provider to read what the trains have. And then we subtract what we have in logistics from what we have in trains. And then we divide by -1 to invert the signal. And then we send that into the thing that determines requests. So basically, anything that's available in the train grid, but not available in logistics, or anything that we have more of in the train grid than we have in logistics, we now request. And in theory, I won't have to manually add stuff to the availability to the network, but it's going to bring everything. And apparently it'll bring mixed trains, which is pretty cool. And the whole point is to make it so that if you are trying to build something new that we have not yet, like, made a whole big-ass massive train brick on, we can just throw down a couple assembly machines or a couple genetic labs or whatever, and, like, make progress. Like, make something. We don't need to have entire bricks for every product. We just need to centralize the resources. Alright, so total number of train bays are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What is this? Groups of 4? 4, 8, 12. We can easily have 12 in waiting. Plus travel time. That's probably why you set it to 20. There's still 9 on the way. Like, it's just doing... Let's bump it up a little bit more. We can watch the goods that are coming in. We're getting some tufa, we're getting some pipe and sticks. That one is empty for some reason. Oh, it's going to get stuff from mall trash. That might be something to consider. I don't know if you can see that talk more. The trains that are trying to get to the mall trash have to go through the depot before getting to drop off because they do. Might be better to have them come in from a different angle. Maybe move the trash distributor so that it's two separate inbounds. I do need to make sure that the trash distributor is not, like, reversing the process. Trains. Some of it doesn't make sense, but it shouldn't endlessly bring in sand castings to the mall. Like... Because I'm pretty sure... The constant combinator is... Here, okay, here's why it shouldn't bring in endless supply. I am checking the total supply versus the total supply, which in theory could just, like, send, you know, endless everything. But because it gets divided by -1 to create a need signal and then pass through the constant combinator... all of the values are reduced down to 1. The only numbers that aren't 1 are the ones that we have already requested from the constant combinator. In theory, it should actually be possible to remove the constant combinator right here from the beginning. Like, this might not be needed anymore. Because the import logic already handles everything it's doing. There should be no signals now. Well, there's still a signal of 2 on the transport belt. Right. It's because there's 12,000 transport belt in the logistic network. And there is 6,600 on the provider network. Which should result in a negative number, no? Oh, no, train. No! It broke. 20 trains is too many. Alright, we're gonna have to roll back. It's jammed and there are 20 trains en route. I don't understand what this train is doing. Oh, that train's just trying to leave, and it can't leave. Okay. Sorry. Good opportunity to go get more coffee. Sorry if you guys did anything important in the last 7 minutes. I changed it, talk more. Yeah, it was, you had it at 20, I thought, that looks like too many, and then I saw that there were 12 bays, so I put it to 10, and then I let it run for a while. And then, thought, okay, maybe it can handle 20, maybe Talkmore did the math, and 20's fine. So then I bumped it back up to 20, and then boom, everything broke. Like, I thought maybe because of the travel time between stations that it would be okay to be over the 12 waiting bays. You know, we could move this. I don't really think the automated factory stuff is doing anything. I mean, it's got thousands of completed products, but this bottom part down here is just for testing purposes, so we could move that and then make space for more waiting bays. Or just keep the train limit to, like, 12. I'm gonna get another cup of coffee. We're 3 in the morning now, yeah. Okay, back to my explanation for why I don't think it's going to overload or, like, be an endless loop, though, before I noticed that the trains were stuck. I'm going to just unpause for a sec to go. Well, this is deciding, like, what should be sent. This is what's telling the station what to request, and this part, by simply passing through a signal value of 1, is already controlling the imports of stuff. It's not this that's determining how much to send, it's this part. And this part's going to be unchanged. All this does is pass through a single binary a 1 or nothing output. So basically it's saying we want 1 train worth of everything, please. There should be at least 1 train worth. Or in this case, less than 1 train worth. Buckmore adjusted it to a request threshold of just 10 slots. But we want 10 slots, please. 10 stacks of every single item that's in train grid. Not unreasonable. So with that, if we do that, and then every intermediate in every train brick is at least put a little bit into the stations, the warehouse output, then in theory we have access to every resource and we can, like, ship them everywhere to new bricks or import them all slightly to the center and focus on more small scale production in the center spot while still having trains. Trash is stuff. I didn't build a trash station. My understanding of the trash station, how it actually works, is that there are like the 6 resources that come about from building train grids. There's like wood. No, that's this part. You get these things from building train grids, and they get put back into the train deposit. Yeah, this is all Talkmore stuff. I don't know what he's done. I haven't even tried to... He labeled it all, or labeled some of it. It's like this is still based on some of this is pre-crane logic, divided by number of loading inserters. And hand stack size stuff. I'm gonna plug it back in, but leave it at 10 this time. I want to see what happens after it runs for a while. If it makes it... You know, what breaks. If anything breaks. Hopefully nothing breaks. Trying to figure out, though, how we're getting a positive value for belt. We have in Logistic Network 12,000 yellow belt. We have in the train network 6,600 belt. Red minus green. 12,000 minus 6,000 is a positive number. Positive number gets divided by -1, which should then make it negative. We should have like -6,000 transport belt here. Negative transport belt. Ah, that's the problem. A negative divided by a negative is a positive. So we're just outputting everything. Okay, I need to run one more step. I need to take all of the numbers out of this. I know how to do this. We can divide each by each to get it down to a 1. Or maybe an easier solution is to, instead of doing this at all, instead of doing each divided by each, I can just say, I use a decider. Yeah, I just used the wrong type of combinator here. Input, and if each greater than 0, output a forced 1 value of each. Now we shouldn't have duplicated transport belt. Bum, bum, bum. That is still at 1. Going to this red wire is being used for some logic. That one can stay. I'm temporarily going to disconnect the constant combinator from the normal requests and see if this can handle imports all by itself. Be nice if I could figure out how to filter out the fluids. There will be some imports that like don't make any like major sense, like one of each type of ore. We're talking about just 10 stacks of ore. Who knows? Maybe we need ore to build a fish tank or something. And so then you will have it right here in logistics. The trains bring it in and whatever. We can build a little bit of it and then not a problem. It'll send one train one time. And if we never use it again, it'll never send another train again because there's already 10 stacks. And I did the math yesterday, there's like thousands of available slots in the warehouses. Although, we might want to reduce the amount that these are getting pushed, the amount that's being pushed forward. So that the first deposit doesn't get completely overloaded. And then there's no space to push forward. Balkmore, have you been able to listen recently, or...? Hopefully everything that I've just done makes sense. I'm going to delete this other one that's using bad logic. I mean, it wasn't hooked in anything anyway, but... Ideally, fairly soon, we're going to get logistics warehouses. Ah, not to the 5th science pack. Dang. Wait. I just realized there's a problem. I think. Anything that's not available in the logistics system is being requested from train outposts. It goes through this big, huge array of deposits. But then in order to actually get added to logistics, it has to get into this warehouse. This deposit. This deposit isn't full, but we're cycling through different types of resources that we want in logistics. I need them to be faster. These loaders are not nearly as fast enough, I think. I want to move an entire stack out of the deposits at once. What if we just pass the same signal that we're importing in, and then I don't want it to go through the big deposits, actually. I want to put it into logistics, is the whole point. Anything that we're importing, let's run that through these two. There are too many total signals. That's just a signal reducer, or however you want to call it. Like it's reducing the overload. So what can happen is if I send too many signals through and use as filters, then this can only ever have 5 filters, and if we're sending through all of these requests, there's that many of them, then if those items aren't actually in there, then it'll just keep on gridlocking. Like, it won't be able to pull stuff off. This is all stuff that wasn't in logistics that is now being made available in logistics, and as soon as it's in logistics, then why are they taking soil that way? Oh, no, that's a good thing. Right. No, this is working. So we have trains bringing in landfill because we had it in train grid, but we didn't have it logistically. So they bring it in via train, it goes into here, these things are then kicking it into logistics, and then the bots are like, oh shit, landfill. And then they go landfill. They are overloaded. No, wait, we did have landfill and logistics. But if that were true, then why weren't they going to go build, like... Actually, these are logistics robots that are flying to the northeast. Oh, because somebody put an active frickin' storage chest up here. They're trying to deliver the landfill over here. And the list of stuff in logistics is too big, so... We don't actually need that to be part of logistics anymore, right? Like, this is never connected to the train grid anyway. The available logistics robots staying at 0 without going up. Why aren't we adding more logistic robots? We don't have any batteries. Bots are a little bit overloaded right now, so I'm gonna help move batteries for them. We can add more. Niobium plate. We're going to be out of a niobium plate. In this box, at least. There are 5, it's kind of funny. I mean, I did say to request 10 stacks of every item, so 10 stacks of ash. Why not? Either somebody disconnected the mall stuff that I had set up, or they have basically gotten to the point where there's nothing that they can deliver. There are still those items here. All positive values that aren't fluids are things that we want. Steel plate, for example. Surprising. We only have 1.8k steel in storage. And the trains have... presumably more than that. Is there a problem with steel plate production? No. We have 10k steel. $16k total. Why don't I see 16k? Oh, I'm looking on the wrong side. Derp, derp. Right, so yeah, we have less steel in logistics. We have less than the 10 stacks required versus the 16k available in trains. There should be, if there isn't already, a train en route with some steel. They may have delivered it when I was not looking. Interesting how the type of stuff that's in some of the warehouses is changing completely. Because of where I had to tap in to get the stuff out. Well, as long as it doesn't break the train grid. Doesn't seem to have harmed anything, and as far as I can tell, it is replacing the function of the constant combinator, which was kind of my goal. I didn't want to have to manually do this anymore. So as long as all this stuff keeps on showing up, talk more. If you're available, I wonder, how hard would it be to create another drop-off in addition to or in replacement of this one? Could we have like a drop-off station that we have elevated rails, so could we like just drop off? I'm imagining a station that looks more like this. We take this station as is. Probably still better to use warehouses. Downside of the deposits is that they're really big. So if this was gonna like drop off in the center of a bot mall, it would take up a lot of space. Versus if it just dropped off directly into... I also don't like how this doesn't get tracked by the logistics network. It can get lost until we get logistics stuff. Logistics warehouses, so I think not. Is there like a shortcut key to switch between elevated and non-elevated? Uncle rail layer G? I don't have... No, I do have a key bound. I have G bound to the give key for mods. I wonder if that conflicts. Weird though, I don't see it in the list. Here it is. Let's remove that for a second. See if that... What's blocking this? Yeah, it does. Dockbar, does this, can we do this? Well, the worst of it's over. Lots are pretty much done. Everything that's still being requested, we just don't have a supply of. That, or it accidentally got pushed forward into the deposits that are further in, and the logic's not properly kicking it out of the network, or kicking it out of the warehouses into the network. But I think that it does seem to still be working. I think everything's working. Everything's fine. No one ever made a mistake ever. Definitely not. Ugh. Hmm. Just out of curiosity. Need my coffee. I'm not thinking. Well, the arcades aren't getting lost in the machines there anymore. But there are still none available for reproducing. What happened to our maggots? Where are the maggots? Oh, I think I know where they are. Okay, there are only 20. I thought we got like a full train full of maggots. That would be an unexpected side effect. Are there maggots in trains? I know I left them working with hundreds of available arcades, so... How did that not result in maggots? That's biomass. Why is there biomass on the arcade egg line? That's a belt full of eggs. So it appears that all the eggs that I made hatch when I went over there ended up on the belt. It appears that this section right here missing is a problem. I think what's happened is that Percival was working on this project, and then Percival got mad at me because I was trying to explain the issue with the queens, and then he hasn't been back in days, and so this whole system just continues to not run. Where are these used combs supposed to go? Back out, and then over into this, and be turned into wax. But that's full because that's full, but because this is full. Yeah, I think there's just like a problem with this first area that he built because they're not ratioed. Like, it's just like a couple, like one of each building type thing. But I reconnected the eggs output to go up to this section. This is like a 3-brick build. It's crazy to me. The eggs are now heading up. And it takes time. Oh, that was close. I forgot to look both ways. I think that the last time we were trying to fix this system, when we, I don't know who, I think it was Baby or Jaleo or whoever was helping me with it, when we were trying to prioritize the other area, breaking this piece of belt blocked the actual portion that was making the maggots. We weren't relying on maggot production from just this one machine that was feeding the original reproductive complex. We were relying on all this stuff with the Mark II rocks. So those should turn on now. And at the end of the day, we end up with maggots on the same line that the eggs were on. Maggots get pulled off. Go into a train warehouse thing. And then they'll get turned, belted all the way over. All the way over, holy shit. Reintroduced here. Maggots are flowing again. It'll just take a few minutes to get back get back into the system. And then once they get there, they're gonna go through, they're gonna hatch inside rocks again. Or something, and become actual arcads, which will get output. No, they're gonna become arcad nests. then go down this way. No, they come out this one. Then the importance of the logic that is set up here to hold them should keep the queens breeding. I was going to set this up to make more queens, and it's ready to just print queens for a while. We need coke oven gas delivered. Do we have coke oven gas already requested anywhere nearby? Is coke oven gas even on the train grid? I have to assume it is. Have 119 and 250,000, so yes, yes it is. Delivered to here, is not nearby, and to here. Is not requested. Okay, my oven gas is coming. Okay, so we're just gonna make more, because bDNA samples, cDNA, they're not very hard to make at this point. We've got 5 more bDNA samples. Once the queens are done, unreliable to try to export them via train. I think that will be a task for a lone logistics robot who will have to fly all the way out to the logistic network where we do add heads to the grid. Any queens that we make should go here and then be on the... It doesn't matter what lane because they're going to go into a box, but they end up on the bottom. So I'm going to put them on the bottom then. Okay, over the next couple hours, we're going to end up with a whole bunch of queens. Guaranteed. Hmm. So I was working on animals. My zip-ear eggs are not hatching. Insufficient supply. Arcad honey is needed. I think we actually have that. Oh yeah. Why are there 2 requesters for coal gas? Ah, okay. Bum bum bum. Even if it's just one machine making SciPac 4, or SciPac 2, whatever it's called, I wanted to see how close we are to having all the ingredients at a glance. Flavonoids. I think we have those. Good alien samples. Alright, that's not that complicated. Ammonia, carbon dioxide, methanol. No arcade venom, though. Which requires yeah, we don't get the venom until we're ready to start murdering arcades. That's why I added more queens. That thing's probably about to finish the next queen. Third queen. I really ramp up arcade production with, 8 to 12 queens or something, then we can start rendering them, and then we get the venom. DNA polymerase. Needs honey. Other stuff that we've got. Don't worry, that alert's gonna turn off soon. No, in the meantime, I do want it to be on queens, because it's all that this building's gonna do today. In case the queen doesn't get dispatched, I want an alert for it. What was I doing? Looking at timers. Timers we can do. Pretty sure I've seen microfibers. Nope, no microfiber. Well, that's super easy, though. I'm sure we have this crap. Not nearly as much as I would have expected. Because there's too much niobium plate? No. Sodium hydroxide production has shut down. You control sodium hydroxide input. Where did you come from? We have too much niobium complex. No, that's not it. Too much hydrogen. This hydrogen is made... not imported. These machines make hydrogen, which gets used to make hydrogen chlorine. There just needs to be an overflow valve. Or, export it. I need to vent both the chlorine and the hydrogen because I need sodium hydroxide. So we just put on overflow valves to do a vent. Try to export first, but if not, then get rid of it. Disposal gas vents are not being sent yet, which makes me think that... Oh, no, there they go. Okay. That'll get fixed eventually. Which means that we'll have the resources to make microfiber. Glassware is just made from molten glass, pretty much. I think we already have glassware actually in bulk. That's everything to make good alien samples except for primers. That just needs to get... Okay, primers just need to get automated. DNA polymerase is waiting on... nothing. Just needs to get automated. Forlex milk we have in abundance. Formamide. It just needs to be automated. Because we've got those 3 ingredients in bulk, I'm sure. And then the Arcad Venom is waiting solely on queen production, so we can start actually murdering the Arcads, not just priming the system. That handles good alien samples. Flavonoids just need to be delivered. Might be easier to deliver nearby and barrel it. I don't think... this is not where science is going to end up. This is just to get it started. Okay, it's time to make a parameterized barreler. This is going to be... Okay, we're going to request the barrel in question. I mean, I think that's it for the unbarreler. Another queen. And she's already been sent off. Here she goes. Look at her fly. Unbarrel. Okay, for the barreler, we're just going to request 10 barrels of empty. Don't need the output pipe. We want an input pipe. And then the logic should be not connected to the chest at all, actually. You should just be... Well, actually, it should be connected to the chest. Connect to parameter 0. If 0 is less than 10. The thing that you're barreling... I'm not sure how useful it'll be, but I might get some value out of barreling and unbarreling. Threw those into, That's supposed to be acid gas. Okay, but that goes there. There should be some by now. Why no flavonoids? Flavonoids are here, but don't want to get delivered? Six. That doesn't seem correct. Or is it? 1, 2. You shouldn't need a filter. Okay, I see. I see. So, it's not that it needs to have a filter, it's that it's supposed to... I mean, it can have a filter. I just haven't used very many of the 9x deliveries. I don't remember having to change this one for hot air. Looks like I requested hot air, and then it probably broke, and Talkmore probably removed the filter to fix it for me, without saying anything. Anyway, the barreling of flavonoids should have happened by now, which means that next to me over here... Not next to me, but over here. There are flavonoid barrels coming. We're down to 2 things for the fourth type of science spec, or fourth type of science. Let's just say that. Just, you know, good alien samples. Five out of 7 items being delivered? Nice. Wait, microfiber is being delivered? 154 microfiber in logistic storage, but I thought I checked that, and there wasn't any in trains. Hey, we have a microfiber provider. Except that it's not making much because there's no fiber. It's not making fiber because there is no space to output the fiber types because we've got too much raw fiber. Raw fiber needs to be used either get rid of it or as a fuel source. I think at the coal burning place, which I probably should have kept pinned. I need to request fiber. Or not fiber, raw fiber. Wait, can't you just turn raw fiber into fiber? Yeah, 10 raw fiber can just become 5 regular fiber. Okay, undo that. Go back to the place that was making microfiber. It's weird that the station makes microfiber, but it doesn't export either fiber type. So yeah, even if I had requested the fiber, it wouldn't have worked. Fortunately, it's right above me. See, are you right? You're right there working on this right now, Kolg? You must have added that, like, within the last day, because I swear I checked that yesterday and there was no microfiber. Not Kolg, Holg, sorry. Okay, so this is a raw fiber line that goes directly into the machines to make coal dust. All I would do is on the last machine, split off with priority right. And if there's too much raw fiber, we will process it into first into the actual fiber, which is what they need. It's not very fast. This is the actual fiber, which dead ends down here. Okay, first things first, we're gonna have good standard behavior, and we're gonna export the product after it goes by the resources that need it. And we'll set up logic so that it doesn't do that unless there's an available supply. Check if this is working. If the last machine's working, it's allowed to export this fiber. And if it's not working, then hold fiber for the machines. That's fiber taken care of. Why don't we make fiber down here instead of up here? So the overflow belt doesn't need to be here. Where we are right now, we'll just send raw fiber down, but with priority in the direction that you already have it. So keep it on priority right, but if it doesn't get used, then it can instead go down, and in keeping with good habits, we will export it also. And while it's running right by, we will send it through some ball mills to make more actual fiber. There should already be a biomass line from the pulp stuff. Biomass goes there and gets burnt. But with priority goes to export. Yes, perfect. So we'll follow and use that same line. We can just run this product back and then it will do what I already did. Need about 8 machines. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so then this line comes back up. We want to send the biomass down this belt. And the fiber down that belt. That should work, actually. We can just feed in right there. Alright, so that should account for all of these problems. So if there's too much raw fiber, we turn it into real fiber. If there's too much raw or real fiber, they both get overloaded to the network. And if there's too much biomass, it gets set on fire. Which means we have more consistent microfiber production, assuming we have sodium hydroxide, which we have a lack of, apparently. The station wants to request it or not? Or are we making it here? This makes it here, but there's not enough saline water. The saline water is imported. From the top box, top input. This one's delivering hydrogen, not saline water. It looks like we might have a saline water insufficiency. $25,000 here, 48,000 here. Just barely not enough to trigger a shipment. ironic that we are importing sodium hydroxide here to make salt water, so that we can make salt water so that we can... It's not salt water, it's saline water, technically different. We make the saline water so that we can import the saline water back here so that we can turn it back into this so that we can get the sodium hydroxide back. Or, hear me out, we could just add to the imports sodium hydroxide. And that's configured to be all on one side of the belt. Do that. Input priority on the one that makes it local in case the stuff's ratioed. But just in case, you know, like import sodium hydroxide here would be great. Could save some train throughput. Bum, bum. Okay, this is the one I was working on earlier. It can't make... It is making sodium hydroxide now. I got the export stuff. The vent stuff done. This one also doesn't have salt water. Is there not just like a much easier way to make saline water on site? Some stone? We just got tech? Intermediate mining speed. Ooh. Stone and water makes saline water. Gravel and water makes saline water. Salt and water. Fucking. We have only 2,200 salt, and I'm guessing that comes from a salt mine. It only makes 14 salt a second, so... Wait, 14 salt a second? But it's only putting onto a half belt? But it's stacked. So it's okay. Yeah. We get more salt mines? Huh. These salt mines got built, but they didn't get moved. It's funny. Or they didn't get harvested. I'm not sure why acetylene is the one being burnt. Being burnt at both. Yeah, we're running out of acetylene in both locations. Dang. I'm just gonna bring acetylene up to here. Okay, in theory, that should bring that online, but we've got to remember to power the stations after they're built. That also doesn't solve... That solves the salt availability, but it doesn't solve the converting salt into sodium hydrox and into saline water. And or whatever. I think if we just make a lot of salt available, it's easier to use the salt recipe to make the saline water. Maybe it'd be a good idea to convert a bunch of stone into saline water also. Do we have like an overflow on stone availability? Yeah, just 166,000. 76,000 gravel. Might be a good time to take advantage of one of these bricks and import some stone and gravel and water. And then we can also set up maybe raw coal mining here. While we're here, I mean. And the product is going to be a fluid, so let's add alternate row fluid provider out. I wonder if it'd be worth adding to the base blueprint some concrete paths along the edges for when players are like wandering around. Dang. Wasting resources moving around too much. Not very many, though. Better. This feels like it's going to want to get divided into two. Let's do mining patch planner, go up. I'm going to do it in 4 sections. Use big poles, spray the belt. So that looks like about half, so let's just do like this much. That already gives 4 belt of coal. 5 belt of coal, excuse me. And down. I missed some in the middle. Or I could, you know, move it again. All about that UPS, right? I appear to have made too many coal lines. Well, that's a lot of coal. In theory. The poles are not cross-connected at the top. Do we need all this raw coal? Well, we're definitely not gonna need raw coal for a very long time. With this amount of potential input. Just out of curiosity, like, take a guess. How much raw coal per second do you think this theoretically can put into the train grid? Were it all running. And then we'll do some math on it. New queen. Two new queens into the new machines. Still sort of insufficient arcade availability directly to Well, we're making more arcades because sorry, more queens because I'm forcing the queens with the genetic thinger. But that doesn't mean that there's enough actual arcade supply to run the queens yet. I'm not actually sure what the amount of gained queens is, or sorry, the amount of gained archeads is, but as long as the first two machines never stop running, I'm happy. For now. Yeah, there's actually 4 queens that are available. 2 in these two and 2 in these two that are not working. With another 2 that are in here while these 2 are usually running. So I think we have like 6 to 8 queens now. Now hold that belt that contains arcades and arcade queens until both of these are working, and then I think we can lower this limit now. Just a little bit. See if we can get this next machine online. Anyway, what was I doing? We are setting up that one's out of geothermal water. The grid. We need power and pressurized water. And pressurized water. For how fast? Probably 2.5x. Like 25 pressurized water per second. This is plenty. Can't use that one because it connects both tanks. Well, maybe we just use both for this. If anyone wants, I hooked up a geothermal power plant to trains, so you can import geothermal water, whatever that's used for. Power, I think, only, but... You can just import geothermal water and then make hot steam. At, like, on site. I don't know, might be useful. Okay, what are we doing here? We are doing imported stone and gravel into saline water is the goal. So the goal is to make saline water. Make it simple and just run one using you know what? Could just make it simple and just run hybrid line of both materials through a bunch of machines. Saline water's in the train network now? Like a lot? Because I was going to set up the station to make a lot. Like a lot. Because we have hundreds of thousands of stone. 67k. I'll still add a little bit. Since I made the station. $30 machines? That should be good. $24. That is 30. And I'll need to do this. Then change the recipe to taking the water from gravel. I'll need to add a little nubbin at the end there for this one. And then this only needs to go 20. Plus nubbin. Okay, we need water. $30 machines, each wanting 5 water per second, and 20 machines. That's 50 machines times 5 water per second. It's only 250, so 1 pump is plenty. All the water in the world. And we got 3 saline returns to merge. And get over to the far side of this thing. Altogether, that's going to make 75 and 50, yeah. 125 salt saline water per second. You were saying that we would... Who knows if we need that much raw coal, but... How did this happen? Fully built. Oh, there's no path to return. Haha. That's funny. Oh, the mining thing like immediately just like deleted the floor. That's unusual. Okay, I get it. I'll have to remember that it does that. It does not care about your floor. There's something weird going on with this top loader. I think they're supposed to have a red wire connected across them. I don't see the straight red connection. Nope, not that problem. I just pasted the blueprint. I didn't do anything else to it, so I'm not sure what's happened, but the top one's not getting the instruction. Filling your stuff. So the answer to the question, how much can this coal thing do? It's 134 mining drills. Each mining 5.6 coal per second. It's just a casual 750 coal per second theoretical. However, most likely not all of them will be able to work constantly. So we're looking at 30 items a second per belt. And we've got 7... 22 times 30 items a second, so we can only really theoretically bring in 660 of the items per second. It's a lot of coal. Time to do my diligence and actually name the stations. For fun, I like to put the symbol many times when it does that thing a lot. This one does geothermal and saline water. I don't know if anyone actually uses these pack stations, but whatever. "95% of the time deleting, then undoing the delete." Okay. Alright, all the machines are basically running. Look at that timely stone delivery, right as it was about to run out. Alright, that makes quite a bit of saline water. And I put it into the 2 tanks, so it should store 130,000. And I tap the coal while I'm here. I don't really have much of a game plan for today, I'm just doing whatever I see nearby, but that seems to work. Ugh. What do you think? Talk more about adding the, if we were to update the basic rail, the main row, rail grid, with refined concrete, like, I guess basically just everywhere. Nothing crazy, but like a 2-wide path that is built into the grid so that if you are running around, you can actually move kind of fast. Keep those little edge indicators though. Oops. Did this one bad. Did it bad. No. Not in the right spot. Something like that. Perhaps. If you think it's a good idea, then feel free to add it to the, like, modify the blueprint book. And if you don't think it's a good idea, then don't do it. But I'm done building this. Wouldn't you want the path further out so that it's not blocked by stations? Well, the way that I usually end up running, personally, that's where I placed it where I usually run. Like, players have done it all over the place. Like, this one is probably me. This one, a little bit further out from the path than I usually put it, but people tend to build little paths adjacent to the rail, but near the rail, because you want to be able to hop onto trains. But also you don't want to get hit by a train, so like... Like this one's basically where I would have put it too. It would need to be updated in both blueprints though. It might take a little bit of work. Saline water's not running because there's no stone. That doesn't make sense. We had tons of stone. Like, hundreds of thousands of stone. There's 164,000 stone available, and yet there aren't stone transfers happening. I guess I should request a little bit more. Because it's only a fourth of the stack size, so... I've seen you get a ghost entity for an item before in an inventory. I know you press Q to do it with building, but for items, what am I missing? Q selects it's the pipette tool for items in game, but what I'm often doing to like navigate and like I've found this works really, really well. I don't like typing. I don't like to have to click this, then click, then find. I can never see that for some reason, the F button. It's like when I go to the Cybersyn thing, and you click here, and then you gotta click that, and then you gotta type, and then you gotta find or whatever. Way easier to, like, say you're working on a building, like this one, and I'm trying to figure out, like, what else can make saline water. If you alt left click. First off, if you haven't done this, this is really important. Go to your settings, then go to controls, and then search for Factoriopedia, and unbind the key. you need to remove Factoriopedia's key binding while playing Pyanodons, because it's trash and bad. If you're playing specifically with our mod pack, then yeah. And then the recipe book, there is a shortcut by default. Open recipe book, Alt left click. Open selected object, that is a default click, but if you don't unbind the Factoriopedia, which also uses Alt left click, then this keybind won't work. So then, once you've done that, what you can do is you click on a building, you Alt left click on the thing, it'll take you to the recipe book page, and then you can click around between it. And then what I often do, this is probably what you're actually asking about, because I'm not actually clicking anywhere on the map or in my inventory. When you look at a recipe, if you queue the washer in the made in section of recipe book, it will select the entity that is needed to make it and set the recipe. It's really easy to go and like click between it, and I can go click, queue, click, open up recipe book again. You can go back one, click here, queue this one. It's just like a series of alt left clicks will get you all 4 different ways to make saline water, and in whatever building they're in. This is saline water from salt, saline water from sodium hydroxide, saline water from gravel, saline water from stone. Hopefully that is the answer to your question. That's how I've been doing it, and more importantly, what I found is that, like, if I am, specifically while working on science, you probably saw me doing it earlier, I'm trying to figure out, like, how we're doing on acquiring the stuff for science packs, and we're down to the last 2 items. You just need good alien samples, which are made here, and good alien samples has 5 of the ingredients. So if I need to track down what these last ingredients are, Alt left click takes me into the recipe book, again, only if you've unbound Factoriopedia. For argument's sake, if you were to go into the recipe book, try the Factoriopedia for flavonoids, then you just get this, and that functionality doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't set the recipe, and also it doesn't, Factoriopedia doesn't remember the last page that you were on, and it doesn't show all of the same stuff. And it does show alternative recipes. It's just recipe book is way better. And it's made by Rygard. So, but try it. To finish my thought, I'm looking to see, do we have primers? Alt left click, look at it, see what it's used in and all that stuff. Q click to select the ghost entity, Control T, click. Done. Now I know, do we have it in the trainer net? No. Q, Control T, click. Don't have that one either. Q, Control T, click. We have Corlex milk. And that's how I've been handling the inventory of trains. The queue functionality got added directly to the base game, I believe, in 2.0. It's just called Pipette Tool, or Pipette. I think it's actually it just shows up. Yeah, Pipette Tool. It was originally a mod made by Nextla, but it was such a great feature that they put it in the base game. It was definitely originally a mod. I remember when Nextla made it. Another setting that for some furious reason is not enabled by default in Factorio settings, you want to go to settings, settings interface, and make sure you have pick ghost item if no items are available. Apparently this is not a default setting. So the use case for this, if you're not sure what I'm saying, what happens all the time for me is I'll be out and about building stuff and I'll run out of the item. And then if I just queue it again, like here, I'll dump all my belt. But I go to try to place it and see how I can't place it because I don't have any. Well, ghost entity. If you don't have that setting turned on, interface, right? I have no belt. Fucking useless. How do I keep placing belt? I can't place belt. You need to check that box. Very, very important setting. I can't believe it's not enabled by default. Yeah, be right back. Yeah, so I think I realized as I was walking away, in a very roundabout way, I answered your question by over-explaining 11 different things, and then realizing you probably didn't have that setting turned on. Because yeah, I bet without that setting turned on, you can't do any of the stuff I was just talking about. If this is off, and then you're in even, it doesn't matter, Factoriopedia or recipe book. If I click on saline water and then I queue right here, does it work? Oh, that part still does work. That's a recipe book feature. Yeah, well, when the base gets this big, and you've got good radar coverage so you can see everything, sometimes it is easier just to look at the problem and say, yep, I'm gonna add a belt here. I mean, I can still use my shortcuts down here, and I bet that doesn't work either, right? I had to guess, both pipette and ghost entity select with keyboard shortcut. No, keyboard shortcuts still work, but Q clicking still works. I guess that's not, this isn't interact with it. Anyway, I know what I'm doing out here. That coal plant seems to be working. It's so much coal. Any iron nearby? I can make just a few more mining drills. I want to do something kind of silly. Silly maybe. Okay. Alright, I've created a silly counter for coal usage. Every single time a piece of coal passes over any of these belts, it pulses one time and sends the signal there, and it's going to keep track. But at some point in the randomly in the future, I'll be looking at my pins and see that this exists, and I'll be like, oh yeah, that's right, I made a coal counter. And then we'll be able to look back and see how much of the coal that we tapped that we don't need, we did need. I'm gonna inflate the number a little. Mostly because I want to watch it work. Well, I mean, if it got used, if a train comes to pick it up, it's because we're getting value out of it, right? I think that the Axe Old Mall, I want to get off the list because I never use it because it doesn't work anymore. There. Perfect. What a perfect UI. Take me there. Where? The one place. Just take me to the one place that exists. Otherwise, there's no other place. Perfect. Jaleo. Remove the shit. It's funny. It still shows up on my list. And then it errors out if you try to go there. So this is defaulting to last visited stations, and it's on my list because it was probably the last one that I actually clicked. I only ever really clicked these two. I never really rely on the PAX stations themselves. I just find it more convenient to either, you know, take me home. There is one other click that I would do. There is occasionally times where instead of getting dropped off at the bot mall, I would rather get dropped off at the science biotesting area, but there's no station for it, and I'm too lazy to do it. You are already at train stop PAX Mall. Indeed. Alright, back to working on science. We need primers. Let's start by making some of this crap. I'm gonna do it up here where there's plenty of space to request fluids. I'm not trying to make big production, I'm just trying to make some production. We're gonna import methanol. It's also, honestly, it's just faster. Rather than typing, click on this, Q-click, click on this place. Click on this, Q-click. Like, it's just faster. By a lot. Okay, next we need to replace the... Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fives. Bringing in methanol. Bringing in ammonia. I'm guessing that the carbon dioxide is already on its way too, it just isn't registered as coming. That, or there's no carbon dioxide available. Oh, there's 50,000 in transit. 217,000 total. Okay, it's probably there now. This train looks like it's doing something dumb. It's claiming that it's trying to pick up methanol. But it has tar in it. Why does it think that it has tar? Right there. That red wire shouldn't exist, I think. The red wire can't touch. The red wire can't touch the left storage tank. The right side of the storage tank is for train logic. The left side of the storage tanks is for vent logic. If you cross connect them, it'll confuse the trains right there. Well, all of them look like they're cross connected. This station thinks that it's got all those fluids. Well, it does have all those fluids, but why it's pumping in tar when it thinks it's picking up methanol, I'm not sure actually. But I'm almost certain that the cross connection is a problem. If it's anything like the other station that was having problems with it. Stockmore has arrived on the scene. You know, I don't even see tar in the fluid list. How did it get tar? Maybe there's just a bad pipe connection at one point and tar got into the fluids when it wasn't supposed to. You see what I mean? How... yeah, sorry, not tar, it's tailings, but, tailings. Do any of the machines in this brick even make tailings? Or use tailings? Yes, this row of machines makes tailings. I don't see any bad pipe connections. I think that at one point while this tailings pipeline was being made, or this sinkhole for the... right next to the naphtha line, I think they just touched temporarily or something. Alright, so those are my fluids. They've arrived. Nice. Let's arrange this into 4x4 grid. And then do the thing where we rotate every... Okay, we're making 2 fluids, bringing in 3 fluids. Interesting. Methanol is an ingredient and an output? You only need methanol one time? What a weird recipe. Let's inject some methanol here. Then all of these are just carbon dioxide ins. Actually bring the methanol in from up here so that I can use undergrounds here to cross-connect the output product of formamide. Okay, and then this can come up to here and down to here. Ah, that's got its combinator right. Well, now that they have it, I'm kind of curious if I just disconnect it now, I could do some interesting things maybe. Like cross-connect this one. And then run the carbon dioxide on the top and bottom. I like the 9 fluid place, but it's difficult to get the fluids out. Phenon robots for that, and then the whatever this stuff's called, the ammonia. Guess we can grab from here. Look at all these wires, wow. This is a crazy fluid setup. Okay, we're gonna send the output fluid, which is there, up and away. That's nuts that it really is a continuous thing. Like, if anyone wasn't paying attention in-game, look at this right here, real quick. You import a little bit of methanol, and you can put it in the middle of 4 machines, and then it just endlessly loops somehow as part of the process. Perfectly ratioed input, output. And then you never need the pipe connection again. Weird. I bet it's based on real science or something. Oh wow, it's almost 6 o'clock, by the way. Alright, so we are now making formamide, which was one of the fluids we needed for the primer. Double check that this is showing up in the train network now. 13K. I'll probably set up a barreling request. Let me see if this is efficient. My barrel unbarreling. Barreler. Please barrel. In this case, I guess I have to pipe it also down. You will barrel. What is your purpose? You barrel formamide. Ah, I did that wrong. Okay, so you've got to remember to use the formamide barrels, not the fluid. Formamide, 10 formamide barrels. And what is my purpose? Your purpose? To unbarrel. Formamide barrels delivered. "12 formamide barrels on the way." Cool. While I'm doing this, since that apparently worked pretty well, I'm gonna make an unbarreler for Orlex milk. And a unbarreler for the other thing that I forgot its name of. Arcad venom. We already have milk. I doubt that it's been delivered. I could import Corlex milk. Like, they look different. The Corlex milk barrel and a Corlex milk barrel. Wait. The thing that I made just immediately unbarrels Corlex milk on site, so I might have to do something squirrely to rebarrel it. Because it uses a different type of barrels. For some weird reason. That's interesting. The Corlex place thinks that it only has 30,000 milk. Oh, it does only have 30,000 milk. Why did it stop working? We're out of Tufra. Huh. Where Tufra? What even is a Tufra? There are only 200 Tufra. None Tufra. Tufra aren't being grown because there's no Tufra seeds. Apparently Tufra is a plant? There's also a lack of manure bacteria. Which is imported? No, it's made. There's no manure. And yet there are Tufra in the output of this thing. Because that belt's not connected. Products finished 5. Half of this Tufra build has been dysfunctional this whole time. So we got that going for us, which is nice. Beyond that, the bottom Tufra seeds aren't being made because there's no Tufra. Looks like this is actually meant to sideload. Yeah. Tufra are only supposed to be on the left side of the belt. This should be like that. The manure comes from this belt, which is imported. There's no manure. There's only 460 some manure. How is it possible? Manure is failing because of lack of moss. I guarantee we have tons of moss. 88,000 moss, provided by 5 stations. Lack of carbon dioxide. Not imported. This is the problem with self-reliant stations, is that they break, or they're not self-reliant. Like, there's one tiny problem and then... Carbon dioxide should be on this pipe. And made down here. So when melamine breaks, when melamine gets backed up because there's no consumer for it, then melamine production stops, which breaks carbon dioxide, which breaks manure, which breaks the next thing, which breaks the next thing, which breaks the next thing. Alright, I'm giving it a backup supply of moss, but leaving input priority. So that we still have manure, so that we still have Tufra, so that we can still grow Corlex milk and whatever else Tufra is used for. I'm guessing that melamine was like... we haven't gotten far enough into utilizing science and stuff. We can start making rotors and blades out of melamine. That would help get rid of it. Or keep making melamine resin. Or just directly convert melamine into plastic. Got our formamide. Microfibers are already delivered. Corlex milk. I actually need to import filled milk barrel because I don't think that this Corlex milk barrel recipe exists. But it shows up in the list somehow. We're just going to request 10 filled milk barrels. Maybe it'd be better to just actually export the filled milk barrels, but then we have a weird thing where like barrels are coming and going, and I want the barrels to stay where they are. Eventually we'll get a delivery of Corlex milk here. So I need a barreler. Of milk. Somehow we ended up with 4,812 logistics of empty milk barrel? Like, where, why, how? The thing I built was never part of logistics. I think fluid handling wants to request barreling machines. Okay, I need to hook up the Corlex milk line. Somehow, miraculously. That will be a Corlex milk barreler, and I think I've got it reconfigured to properly request the right type of barrel. Okay, we'll need Arcad venom, Arcad honey for that, and Arcad venom for that, and then the primers. I already have Arcat honey here. That means that DNA polymerase is complete. All that stuff's coming. Biofactory. Need to find my phytoplankton line. There. But it's completely empty? Because we're using it all? And it's slow? Don't even have enough to run to the, Yeah, this only makes 4 per second, and these want almost all of it. But then it's also going over to this. The Zifoi. Right now I'm trying to support off just 6 phytoplankton makers. This, and all of this. Which is a third of what I need. Okay. That's a problem. More phytoplankton, please. And I'll need to do water still. And that's water to one of them. Water looks good. That looks good. Now we're just waiting on in delivery. That's probably perfect with no mistakes. All right, 6:20. I'm gonna wrap up the next couple minutes. But production progress. I feel like there was progress. Here, give me the tin that's in some of these first ones. Even distribution, get them all running, and then that should let us continue to make more of these things, whatever these were. Ziphoids. That needs to get worked on too. What the fuck is Ziphoi? Gotta figure that out, and then with enough plankton production, we should now have good zipper eggs. Which means we can keep on making lobsters. No, I need like 3 times as much. Need more eggs. Also, where's the Fawagui? On the way. That's what I was worried about. They're delivering the mushrooms from a distant location. It's not actually imported. So this should have a filter on it. That was set up so that we could get the plantations running, but I think we need to remove this spider now. And that should automatically cause Pawagui to get imported to... Well, it already should be imported. based on the stuff I set up this morning. But it certainly feels like they're going to that distant location to import it instead of bringing it from closer. -6 in logistics storage. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, fun. Very fun. Not complicated at all. There's 615 rock cocoons in logistics storage. This is another situation where rock cocoons are at a distant location. Why is this random roboport here? There's nothing in logistics. Like, what's the point? I don't know. We're getting close. We're getting close. Very, very close. Paragon and good alien samples. Rock cocoons. We're going to have DNA polymerase. Going to... It's already crafted 20. Good alien samples only need primers, which is this. Primers just need the mushrooms delivered, so that means that one's done. Corlex milk is done. Arcad venom. So if we just murder a few Arcads, we'll render Arcads in a slaughterhouse. Yay, progress. That's going to give us our arthropod blood and venom. Which is desired by you. That was the milk line. Oops. Okay, so the venom line is connected, and then the arthropod blood. Those three can just go away. I don't know what to do with the arthropod blood. Probably just barrel it up. Just throw down a barreler. We're gonna make Arcad. No, not Arcad. It's called crustacean blood. Is that arthropod blood? How about just blood? Okay, we should have some primers. Need to fix the issue with the Corlex milking Kufra supply situation, not having enough milk. Or I could just go, like, grab some of the filled milk barrels that... No, there won't be any filled milk barrels. I can just rebarrel some of the milk that's there and bring it back tomorrow. And then we will have Harrigan, like the last thing we have to work on. Murder some Arcads, get the venom, import the milk, easy. Those two things are easy. And it's already done. That means that good alien samples are already done, which means the only other project is Peregrine. Which is glassware, which we have, biosamples, which we have, cotton guts we have, subcritical water, I'm not sure, artificial blood we have, but I don't think it's barreled or done anything with it. I made artificial blood to make Corlexes. Back here somewhere. This? Yes, we have artificial blood. Let's barrel it. Make artificial blood barrel. Easy peasy. We've got cotton guts coming, biosamples coming, glassware coming. We need cytostatics. I'm just going to assume that we'll end up with subcritical water. Ah, this is what we need sea sponges for. Okay, that's only barely begun. I only have 2 of them. Which is enough to run this twice. Hmm. Okay. Gotta wrap up. I'll be back tomorrow. Hope you guys are still enjoying the run. 3rd science pack's been a bear. Sorry, 4th science pack, kinda. 5th if you count military science, but... well, Pi Sci 2, whatever that is. So the first couple arcade hatcheries are running. Nope, no natural gas now. Oh, that's not good. Oh, but we got bonus arcades. Hundreds of them. Cut that hold and see if it continues to work. Keep a reserve of 100 for the first 2, just in case. Look at that, a lot of these have queens. We've been making tons of queens. We're ready to go into high gear. Alright. Figure it out soon. Good night.